Sorry about the guys. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. But yeah. Also, it's like Saturday, and there's a whole bunch of people using internet in my area. That's like the next thing I'm gonna do when I make some money is I'm gonna get like a dedicated T1 line or something. Like, if I'm gonna keep streaming, I definitely need to. Ooh, tower. The problem is with this tower is like when you find it, that generally means that there's like nothing else nearby, right? So that camp is too spicy for us right now. So I guess we're gonna cut through here. Like, we're gonna cut through here and clear this section. We also have a metric ton of food. So I guess we're gonna cut through here and clear this up and across. Try and get this ambition done. But yeah, Sins, you still with me? That's undead. Okay. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're trying. What is this? Oxes and legionaries. Do I have axes? Did I keep axes? I don't think I kept throwing axes, which is like a problem. So I'm missing a lot of my DPS for this fight. Oh, whoa, that's Grotesque Tree. Hello. Hello. Now I can hire a Swordmaster. Hello. I'll just take a little. Maybe. Oh, I have the Undead Crisis. Okay. That's like straight profit, right? Because the Undead Crisis means you get a whole bunch of undead camps. So you have undead camp loot, but the spawns off the Undead Crisis, like all those additional camps, don't have the same scaling as everything else. I've noticed that the Undead Crisis camps that spawn are like really soft compared to like the camps that were there. Ooh, we're just okay. Okay, bone plating, additional fur padding. Okay. Okay. Well. Also, that's an early crisis warning, right? That's a day 52 crisis warning. Ah, goblins. Okay, so does that mean that that's weird, right? Because I'm seeing goblins up here. I mean, I know goblins can spawn anywhere, but I don't want to be in goblin country. You don't make money off of goblins. You make money off of orcs, and this just descaled. Okay, this is this fightable? I have nets. We check this, right? Because if this is fightable, we do it. And we bring big boy weapons, right? Or at least the biggest, the best weapons we have. Like, he can literally just run a mace. This guy can run a greatsword. This guy can run a mace. He's also mace spec'd. He can also have, like, he can double grip and have his shield handy. You have nets. Probably fightable, but could get ugly. Or we could just fight the small party and call it good. The problem is that the three warriors, we don't have barbarian throwing weapons, right? That's like the problem I see. Where are all these orcs coming from? It's like orc jailbreak over here. Tanks don't have Lone Wolf yet, so I would be prone to tank some of this, but it's like not a big deal. Like if we had Barb throwing weapons right now. And 2, 3. Spear wall causes them to go inside here. What's this guy's defense? 20? You can pull your shield out. We don't need a billion DPS for this fight. What's your defense? 28. You're probably fine without your shield. Oh, he has Endom. I could be Endoming this. It's fine. Yep. I went for that one because explicitly because he didn't have headgear. So I was like, let's try it. Like if I step here, this steps through. He's throwing. He's not stepping through, right? So if I step here, this is fine. Like he's got throwing weapons out. This is shield, walk. Okay. Stunned. Ow. That's a nice lane. Did not even see it. This waits. Oh, this one can step through. Sloppy, man. I'm slipping on my orc play. Slipping on my orc gameplay. Feels bad. My shield. I can't fight without my shield. Get wrecked. That tank has an embarrassing amount of kills. To be quite frank. One thing I do need to work on since transitioning from using like the dodge quick hands mass formation all the time is like I play very formation centric, right? Um, it's hard for me to so like sometimes I'm screening my own attacking lanes when I shouldn't be, that type of thing. And that comes from always having quick hands and a reach weapon on everybody, right? I know when I developed that habit. As I'm using other builds and other like team comps, that's definitely a thing I need to work on. Is like understanding how I can move. Like when playing with mass quick hands, I always have an attack, right? So it's really just making sure that I can focus on the correct target. Whereas now it's like if I move incorrectly, I'm losing attacks. So that's kind of the difference, I think. Yeah, it's definitely much more micro intensive for sure, which is fine. I mean, if it's what's required to get better, I'll do it. I don't want to use more ammo. I've already used way too much this fight. For this to not be a camp, I've used way too much throwing ammo. Interesting. How are we looking on ammo? Yeah, we're already almost black on ammo. That's fine. We can come over here and buy, right? We can buy ammo and sell and come back in. I'm much more prone to do that before I go much deeper in here. Um, this roll is kind of meh. Let's see. He's got FA. He needs Colossus. There are things. There are marksmen. There's all types of stuff now. This guy just hit Nimble. That's great. I think he's one of our last guys who needed Nimble on the front line. We're taking natural 4s and resolve. Okay, so seven, 8, 8, 8, 6, but we got him later. 7, 6, 6, 4, 7, 6, and a lot of our range units came later. So this is like fine, like day 50. I guess the question is, like, I probably want to take this fight. Oh, led me to a camp. Okay, probably want to take this camp. Probably want to take it a day. I don't need nets for this camp. Let's get them. Let's get the nets off, right, so that we can use reach weapons. Range weapons may not get the job done here. Yeah. Is anybody else scuffed? This guy is a little damaged on the end. I would rather him be a little heavy than have literally no armor against like berserker cleavers. All right, let's do this. Where are the dangerous weapons? There's one of them. When tanks get lone wolf, fights like these will be significantly easier. Just don't have it yet. Out of range. They should come right for us. Nope. Ah, this is the wrong bro. No. I thought that was one of my Katal bros with Relentless. I was just gonna double turn him and kill him. Dang it. Dang it, Dale. Alright, this guy does have Relentless. Yes, he does. That's fun. I'm gonna need to unblock my throwing lane. There's my other guy with Relentless. Huh. Okay. So, initiative. Okay. This is fine. Has he acted already? Yep. That's fine. That is fine. Black on ammo. Like, maybe I just shouldn't be trying to throw at night there at all, but I won't stop. You can't make me. I won't do it. Let's see. If you're wondering why this guy ended up ranged, is because, like, we got him way too early for a Battle Forge, bro. We already had good frontliners. Like at the time, what we needed was a range bro. He didn't have stam, so he was gonna be a dodge quick hands bro anyway. And it was just like, and he like max rolled rat on his initial roll, so it was just like, just make him a hybrid. So that's how this guy ended up being this guy. Just so you guys know. That said, these defensive stats, like, he's going to be the guy who plays the edge of a formation, which is pretty good for us. Yeah. Like, that's that. Feels awkward. Maybe it's wasted potential, but like, maybe he's just the guy who sits on the edge who we don't have to worry about dying. Let's see what's in here. That was a 2-stack of orcs of some kind. This is 7. Do I have throwing weapons still? Am I reloaded? I am reloaded. Just want to see if I see a camp. There's Watermill. Alright, I'm fairly close to town. Let's go ahead and fight this. And then reload ammo. Check armor. Also, this should be getting repaired. But yeah, this is fine. But yeah. Alright. Cool. Always an axe. There's high ground to play with here. This makes it awkward. It means I have to split somebody off from my group. I don't think I want to do that. I actually think I want to avoid that against orcs for now. Like, we should have more than enough power to deal with this fight. It's daytime. Our throwing weapons are live and well. Oh, I messed up my movement. My bad. I was like, wait, what? Why is my formation like that? I was not paying attention. It's fine. They don't reach us this turn anyway. Fine. If I tie this up, this probably steps over. This spills out this way. If I step here, this steps and swings. This may step into a 3-tile surround. I don't know if he lives through that. Probably does. It's probably encouraging them to go inside. I don't think they want to be stuck on him like that. Swing with Relentless seems pretty good. I mean, they don't have Rotate. He could step up and shield wall Indom. Or he could pull out a shield and Indom is 5. Nah, he doesn't have the AP to do it. That's fine. I don't really need this guy dealing damage. Let's get a shield out. He can wait. This is interesting. I don't think I want him to sit there. Either way, that guy's getting a swing. Let's shield. Okay, that's fine. He chose to stun. Ow, ow. What? Double 20%. Double 20% and one of them was a headshot. Which means he actually rolled a 27 3 times. Bruh. Meanwhile, in my lone wolf run... This is bad. We might have some deaths because our movement was botched. Which is like kind of unfortunate. But that's what happens when you mess your movement up. You get punished. Yep. Like, he still gets a berserk stack for that. So what matters here? How do I play myself out of this? I think the answer is getting somebody with a mace down here to stun him and getting throwing weapons to connect, right? Like, those are my two best options. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we botched that, but we got out of it. Played this fight very poorly, but like never punished. And like fortunately we're on our way back to heal and repair, so that's fine. But yeah, we butchered that fight. Thanks, Chef. We're trying. We just butchered a fight pretty badly here, but we're getting out of it, thank God. Okay. All right. Where are we at? We're here. So we will... Let's pop our head up this way, because there's always caravans that'll spawn. There's always like interesting little things that we can jump on, right? Looks like there was a fight up here. We did like run a whole bunch of orcs this way. Like a whole bunch of orcs were running from us. So I thought that was the dinner bell, chat. You have to be careful because they're like noble armies will be just chilling in these towns. Yeah, we pushed a whole bunch of orcs this direction, so it makes sense to me that they're like raided by orcs and all that. Um, let's do a shield price check. Probably terrible. Like this probably isn't where you sell. You know what I mean? I ended up not having the ribs. I went downstairs and the meat department was closed. So I ended up getting this like vegan pizza thing. But it was like really good. You couldn't tell me I wasn't eating like a 3 meat pizza with like that was drenched in cheese. Yeah, so we have stuff to make, huh? There's a hyena pelt. There's a bone plating. There's a heavy collar. Yeah, that's great. Um, bone plating for our guy on the outside. Hyena pelt for our Catal bro. Yeah. This guy also hits nimble this level. At benchmark. So we have defense to level as a luxury. His rat, obviously, we want more, but his other stuff is all good. Nimble seems good. Let's get 90 mil off of people. That's a 110, but you know, I'm a perfect nimble Andy. What can I say? This is just spare armor because nimble armor gets shredded pretty quick. So, you know, let's get this off of a backliner. Sort our stuff. Smart repair. Favorite the water skin. We need to remember we have this. So now sword masters are on the table to hire. So that's real good. If this is a beast hunt, we do it. Follow tracks. It's a very like these are very time inefficient now, right? But like while we're over here, we might as well get the renown. I don't know. These are at this point these are time inefficient. Let's see how close we are to our next retinue slot before we just say we're gonna do it. We're 400 off of our next retinue slot. We should probably be doing these because we need space for the scout. And if we don't have the scout, like if we don't have the beast fights, we're gonna unlock the scavenger, and that's gonna take pressure off us for ammo. That's gonna let us take more camps. Take more camps more often. These are raiders. Everybody have a dagger. This guy's injured, huh? There's like no reason to run him here. If we're not running him, we might as well put this bro in because he's Margikarping. This guy's probably this guy's a hammer if we want him to be. Like he has 107 stam. Actually, sorry, he rolled 107 stam base, determined. 62 mat, no stars, but we don't care. Like he's an 85-35 natural. Or sorry, he's a 82 32 natural, 85-35 after gifted. Like this guy will get the job done. So we'll just Magikarp him this fight. No, that's fine. We were supposed to equip bows this fight. Like, we don't want to be using good ammo on bad enemies. This terrain roll is kind of awkward, I guess. I mean, I guess our throwers just chew them up. This encourages them to go inside. This guy can't do anything from this position, so we just need to get him off this hill. This guy can wait where he's at. This guy can wait where he's at. Like, we could just literally not take damage this fight. It doesn't matter. Oh, I forgot about that. Throwing weapons, typical. Just go find you a bush to hide in. Out of ammo already. That's fine. He's just like can literally. Oh, he can't. Awkward. That's unfortunate. Is he shield walling? No. These are fine. Right? Just a nice, cozy brigand fight. This is a thrower. He can just move. There's no reason to engage there. That guy runs next turn. Like, there's no universe where we catch that guy, right? Like, if we had a dog, we could send it, but it wouldn't even be worth letting a dog eat 2 arming swords, because that's how you use dogs for no reason. Like, that shit costs money, chat. Just let him go. Alright, that's cool. So we're about to get another red new slot unlocked. This is a nice free 2-handed mace. This is our first one of these this run. That's pretty good. Not a high profit contract, but we need the renown. We're like pretty close to another red new slot. So that seems good to me, right? We're going to literally run this loop, hit this town looking for an assassin. And then we might like check this right here. Do I want to go back for that? That's half a day for a fight. This town has lumber and food. I think the time value is a little bit better. Just if we were closer to it, if we were like even a quarter of a day closer, I would have turned back for it. But the trick with raiders is to not be greedy. It's to let your food come to you while you're doing other stuff. It's just like, it's like a passive buff, right? If you try to raid actively, you make a whole bunch of money and your guys are like level 5, day 80. Trust me, I've done it. All right, that's been thoroughly explored. There could be literally a camp right here, like eyeballing camp distance. There could be one right there, but I'll leave that patch there. And watch, that's the patch Goose is in. Like day 350, when we're like memeing this run after Monolith and we're just like walking around doing stuff, we're gonna find Goose in that patch right there. Because that's how it works if you're me. Why did I not take a look at that camp? I have no throwing weapons. I only have 1 stack of axes. If it's legionaries, I don't have axes. If it's necro savants, hell no. That's why. That's why. They like I don't need to look at it. And it's Den of Hemovores, so it's a necro savant camp. Because there's an argument like suck it up and fight the legionaries. I could entertain that argument. But suck it up and fight necro savants is like how you throw runs. We have a bunch of gluttons, which is really unfortunate. It's like it like restricts our time out doing stuff because we have such a high food requirement. Is there? This is like none of this is what would even want to look at right now. That is a salad helmet, but this is more of a nice to have than a mandatory. We start buying these when we're like filthy rich and we don't have anything to spend our money on. We're trying to unlock a retinue slot. So package delivery, is it going somewhere I want to go? Hakima. No, it's the same one. We just don't have it equipped. We don't need it to break. Like, we have shields that are very hard for orcs to break right now. We'll keep this for a fight where we actually need the MDef. But we do have another famed helm. They're the same helm, except this one has like 30 points more stats. So we did get another famed helm, which is pretty cool. Had a 27 in-depth shield. That's what's up. I learned to like famed shields as I utilize more shields, except the unbreakable ones. Yeah. Like I don't dislike them. Like I don't vendor them right away. Like there are a lot of stats in a pinch. It's kind of like a one-time thing in certain fights because they're gonna get shredded. And sometimes you can't control rotating the shield. So Hakima, that's what we were checking. Which town is Hakima? Oh, that's great, because that's the direction we're going already. And what are you? Brigands? All the tracks? We need the renown. So we're gonna follow them tracks, chat. My guys need a drink. I need a drink too. Let me get another adult beverage. Let me see what I got in the fridge. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Much better. Back to work. All right. Follow us some tracks. I should equip not expensive weapons for this fight. Correct. We'll see if we can still like Magikarp this bro. If not, we'll put our real bro back in. We'll just kind of feed him XP. We don't have access to training halls, which is kind of miserable. Like, I literally don't think we have any in friendly territory. Marksman and Raiders. Marksman, he gets pulled into Marksman, right? Also, this is 100% alternate loadout territory. Marksman during the daytime. Just run your shields. Like, just run other weapons. Oh no, that's a tank. Yeah. He should have a big boy spear. If he's gonna use a spear, let's give him a big boy spear. They probably don't have axes. I could use Fame Shield here, but there's no need. But yeah, alternate loadouts. Some of the best advice I ever got in this game was just like, keep stuff so you can run alternate loadouts in fights where you need it. Um, 84. He should have probably have this. 68, 84, 67. It's fine. They probably don't run as because they have infinite amounts of throwing weapons. There's probably like 7 raiders with throwing weapons in this fight. Yep. Really? That's interesting. So they're literally just protecting their marksmen. That's fine. I agree with the difference between 65 and 72. Like, this is fine. Just sit here. This guy's about to get double turned. Yeah. I'm with you on that. This marksman has an angle that I don't like. Like, you see this marksman? Like, he steps to this way and he has an angle on our banner. He's looking for it. Did you see that? Did you see that? If I don't step there, he steps to and yeets our banner right there. We wait here. We do have guys out of cover. These are long shots. Not for throwing weapons, apparently. That probably should have been a aim shot. It's fine though. That's a stun. What did you get hit on? You have like 53 MDef. How did he hit you? What's wrong with you? Tank's got those two tied up. They're like effectively dead until they come back into play. Just like build your own dead man's tile. This guy gets covered. I guess we wait. Like, obviously, this isn't as difficult if we're just using our throwing weapons and stuff, but, like, ammo's really expensive, chat. It is. Like, it just is. And we're at no risk of dying here. It just this makes the fight require patience. Like, just blow this guy up, right? He's fleeing, so this is actually a 2-on-1. That's fine. We stun. This guy never gets to attack this combat. Or never gets to attack again. Ow! Nice shot. Come on now. I mean, he's uncovered. But we just eat those. Was that an injury? Pierce chest. This is a fatigue injury. Eh? Okay. Get punctured. All right. This likely runs here? Really? Come on. That guy's shooting lights out. I think in this game, when you like wreck a brigand company and like a marksman or something gets away, there should be like the survivors of the battle are like in the next town looking for work or something. Just like, yeah. So I found myself recently unemployed. Yeah, I've heard of you guys. I could use a job. Come on now. Like, maybe we held back a little too much with the bows and using the, like, basically, I'm converting tools into ammo, right? Because, like, I'm taking way more damage than I have to this fight just because I'm not using my throwing weapons. That's fine. We're like 4 contracts off. The delivery contract right here is going somewhere we want to go anyway. So we do it. Seems good. I think we have a level to put on somebody. We have a bunch of levels. All right, thrower. Yep. 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 If you're wondering why not throw mastery there, because like he actually needs to be able to hit stuff with throwing weapons. So it's no sense in stressing it right now. Defense. Yep. Yep. And so this is Endom. Still gotta get Lone Wolf up on those guys. Maybe it should have been Lone Wolf there. Like, Endom was enough for him to hold the, like, or something's eating my food down here. If it's Nomads, I don't want to deal with it. If it's Lindworms, I don't want to deal with it. That's not even my food. That's friendly. But it could be my food. Alright, sell price. Shield check, please. 17, sure. The more valuable stuff is like up here. Also, the tools are probably cheaper here than they're gonna be at the next town over. Let's look at recruits. We need none of this. Do we have any injuries to treat? This is cheap. We don't have anything to spend our money on, really. Not here anyway. All right. All right, let's push down here. There is no weaponsmith here. There's no weaponsmith here. But we can potentially hire an assassin, which will be fine. I just need a dagger, basically. So I can start getting my guys set up properly. I also don't mind, like, casually looking for hyenas. Like, I still need another 3 hyena pelts. But we're going to have to get out of the south soon. Like, our fight density, we were, like, accelerating fight density. And then, like, we just started keeping pace with the game. This is the same just on Noble. Trash, 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 trash. Let's clear out some cheap bros. right? Like, let's clear out a couple of cheap ones so that there's room for spawns. Anything worth keeping? Nope. Nope. Yeah, just like nothing to write home about here. We're just clearing stuff out. This would be like a sweet. Never mind. Forget it. I didn't say anything. I thought it, and I realized I was immediately wrong, and so we stopped. All right, so we just cleared out some trash out of town. That's fine. This guy is a backup banner. Basically, this guy is in training. Marketplace. Nets are expensive. Ammo's expensive. Everything's expensive here. What's the sell price here? Shield check. 16. Get out of here. Nah, this is Ifrit's. Drive the nomads off. This is post dodge nomads, and we're not. It's an insanely dangerous fight for no reason. There's no reason to do that here. If it was a one skull, I'd do it, but there's no reason to do it. By the way, 1400. So we need like 4 more contracts or a couple, or basically it's 4 contracts or 10 fights, right? And take this long walk. Feels bad. I'm not comfortable doing post dodge nomads right this second. It's like you farm them. I will fight like a cutthroat stack. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's free. We want to get up north and start dealing with Reaver stacks before they're like get too crazy. Because unironically, the best way to kill a Reaver or a Chosen is like a barb jab. It's like one of the most effective things you can be doing. Is just jabbing them down. But regular jabs don't quite cut it. Enjoying the bows. You know, they're fine. Like, they're fine. I would never build around them. They're like again, I was talking about alternate loadouts. Why would I be wasting throwing weapons in this fight? Like that's where all my profit margin goes. Like, that's why, like, I'm the only person who can play Raiders and be broke, because I like running large groups of throwers. And it's like, I don't need that much power to kill, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't. So, like, you don't build around bows, but bows, bows do their job just fine. Bows do what they're supposed to do without building around them. So if it's one of those things where like when you try to talk to people about strategies in this game, there's a bad habit of people saying, and I keep trying to work on this habit myself. This is good, this is bad. This is bad, these are great, these suck. And I'm like, way to do critical analysis. Very, very few things in this game have no use case. These bows have probably netted me everything situational. And you're limiting yourself if you are a player of this game. And I think it kind of happens when you're playing it, like when you're new and you're playing at lower difficulties. Because like it's very binary at lower difficulties, right? Like you can just always do powerful things all the time, right? Like you can always do high damage things that are generally expensive all the time with great bros all the time. But like you start playing on higher difficulty and you're like, oh shit, I'm broke. You're like, I'm broke. I can't chain roll on I can't roll on 10 hedge knights before day 150. Like that's not gonna happen. You know? Assassin, please? Nothing? Let's clear out garbage. Oh, let's check the weaponsmith. Durr. I'm never gonna find these daggers, am I, chat? It's just not gonna happen. The thing is, when I'm not building them, I'm swimming in them. This guy can hold his whip. And he can hold a helmet. I should literally just have my alternate loadout stuff on these guys, huh? Like I should be giving their hands should be full, is what I'm saying. Cause I'm like wasting inventory space. All right. What does my best melee bro look like? Probably this guy with the shield. Without a shield, probably this guy. Like he's got damn near 114 int and dodge. It's just, he had a shield because we were fighting marksman. So I just kind of have people hold their stuff. Make sure I have enough shields and stuff for everybody. When I need them, I pull them out. That type of thing. So that's good. Let's get rid of all this stuff. We don't need any of this. I'm fairly certain we have enough maces. Like, these guys are actually holding maces that the shield mace bros are supposed to have. Because, you know, whatever. Like, as soon as we get our daggers, these builds pop off. But until then, it's kind of crappy, huh? That's another disadvantage of the Catal build. Is like, sometimes you just don't find a Catal. And it's not even like, oh, it's rare when that happens. If you're not playing Glads, I've had more than one run where I'm trying to build Katals and like it just doesn't happen because I can't find Katals. And those guys end up bad dodge quick hands bros because they have a wasted perk. Or they end up Rondo Dagger bros, which make a lot of money, but it's not what we want to be doing, right? What's the arena fight? Serpents? Nope. Okay. So this is like pretty miserable, right? We spent a lot of time looking for these daggers. I mean, we've gotten a lot of fights too, right? Like it wasn't a waste, right? Our fight density is still fine. Fight check. 66 fights, 57 days. So you see all this walking around. We're starting to backtrack on fight density. So we need to make an adjustment now. We're ahead. Like we're definitively ahead. I don't doubt that. I know we're ahead. But I need to figure out how to stay ahead. We need to finish this ambition. We still don't have the sergeant sash. We never got prompted for the rally. I think we got prompted once, and we hadn't found our sergeant yet. It was really weird. So we're gonna go up here and we're gonna finish this ambition, and that should get us the red new slot we need. And then we come back across this way, and we just clear our way through this part of the map up this way while raiding. This is forested. We'll also get our beast fights for the scout. If we don't get the scout, like if we get the slot and we don't get the scout, we're just gonna take we need food. We're just gonna take the scavenger and like keep it moving. Like I'm not gonna go out of my way to get beast fights. I'm gonna keep pushing tempo and levels and gold and trying to get equipment. Like that's what I feel I should be doing. I'm gonna buy a tick more food than I probably think I need, just to be safe. All right, let's do it. So we're gonna push this way. We literally just need one more orc camp. There were orcs coming out of these woods up here. This camp is too spicy. We'll like cut across this way because there may be a camp exactly there. Like if you look at spacing between camps, right? Like this is a good example of how far camps are usually apart. There also could be something sitting in this patch right here because we killed a camp like right here and there wasn't anything else. There is a random pack of bog unholds up here somewhere, so I need to be careful. Oh, okay, there's stone pillars. Hey, stone pillars. We can just open this quest line now. Like we don't get penalized for opening it now, right? So we just open it now. Okay. Cool. So that unlocks the Kraken quest line. So that started. If we want to do Kraken, we can. We found like 3 legendaries while we were out here, right? 4, right? Watchtower. There we go. There we go. Man. Hey. It's a tier 2. This is a tier 3. This is a tier 2. There are orc warriors here. So it's big boy weapons. location math. Like once you, that's another thing. Once you know camp spacing, oh man, it just like there's only so many positions because everything has to fit together like a jigsaw puzzle, and camps have to be a certain minimum distance apart. So generally, if you know that distance, you can predict where camps are going to be pretty easily. We're running shields in this. These guys don't need shields. This guy, who's running a greatsword? Maybe this guy. What's his def without the shield? 25. A little low. That's fine. We're gonna lean into our throwers. We do want nets. There are warriors here. We also want we want our axe in. And we want our bonk in. Our big bonk, right? And then this is fine. Probably pulling bone plating to the front. Like that guy's defense is a little low. Like he's not even the best Katabro, right? But throwing weapons, shields. Tanks don't have Lone Wolf, but they might have to do some work this fight. Okay. Yeah. Once you know spawn distance, man, it's like that's like the hardest. That's one of the hardest things in the game is like getting good at finding fights. This guy didn't bring a helmet, huh? Let's see how that works out for him. So far, it's working out fine. It's like, it doesn't matter if I brought a helmet if you can't hit me. Heh heh. But him not having a helmet means an axe is going to do a lot of work. So that's fine. This also gets us our Orc Charm, which is pretty nice. See how quick that one caught a net? It's always an axe. It's always an axe. I can just not keep these dang axes off of my shields. It's like orcs be like shield destruction any percent. That's how Orcs Win runs. This is a dead man's tile. He won't be here long. Stun, so no zone of control, so that helps with getting hit. I need to net this. He waits. He shield walls. Conserves fatigue. Doesn't attack. Not gonna hit anything anyway. He's stunned. This is bad, but it is what it is. Like, I don't like leaving a man up against a berserker for that long. He waits. I have to see where this warrior goes first. That's bad. That stun opens a lane for this guy, right? With no zone of control. This ends up... So let's see. So let's get more help here. Let's shield wall. Let's poke. He's raw HP, so if we hit, it actually does something. Okay. Yep. This is where it gets ugly. That said, I do have a mace on him. But yeah, that's pretty ugly. So that's to help the mace connect. Not so much the stun, it's just armor damage. You know what I mean? Nope. If I had my daggers, this fight would have been over already. Maybe we morale break him out of the fight, though. That's also a thing that could happen. Get punctured. Okay, that's fine. There's always one. Let's see if we can kill him before he breaks the net. We might get the net back. Because we did burn a lot of them this fight. Little armor shredded. Not a lot of HP damage this fight. I don't believe so. Alright, good fight. Hero. That also completes the ambition. Also means you don't have to walk as far. Seems good. Retinue. We're like, oh, chat. It's 1400. It's 1400 renown. It's 1400 renown to here's how close it was. Right? Here's how close it was. I do believe every enemy you kill is like half a point of renown or some silly like that. Don't quote me on that. Probably not. Never mind, that's wrong. I'm thinking of relations, like relationships, because you get negative relationships for killing enemies. Never mind. Wrong thing. Don't quote me on that. This is I'm thinking about this. Like this is affected by kills against their faction. All right. That's a supply caravan that's moving in our direction. We'll keep an eye on it. Those usually don't die randomly. So here's what we're gonna do. We'll call this corner of the map good. We're gonna check this town. We're gonna check this town. It has a weaponsmith. We're gonna try and recruit there. We're gonna see if we get an assassin. We're gonna see if we get one or two of these damn daggers. And then we will, from there, proceed to clearing the center part of the map. So we'll clear up through here, sell, and then work on barbs. Slow getting the barbs. The reavers are going to be a pain. They might be a pain, especially if we don't find the daggers. Did we level, by the way? Somebody leveled. Yeah. This is all good. Needs fatigue. We'll take the MDF. This is his duelist level. How much is the map? 800 crowns. A famous location. It tells you the exact location of a famous castle of the wicked. I'm sure you heard about it. Host of untold treasures. Resting place of some of the world's finest arms. So this is a famed weapon. Use the peddler to get us a better deal. Um, 400 crowns for a famed location? Sure. Oh, it's a fake map. Darn. Sometimes that event is a scam. Sometimes it's gold. We got scammed, chat. Pitchforks out. Jebaited. In-game debates. Um, we're good on ammo. First let's check our sell prices here. We don't have a whole bunch of stuff to sell actually. But let's do this. Let's like clear some of this trash out. Again, we're clearing out cheap bros so that high tier bros can spawn. If you're not using Triad mod, this is a great way to fix what's happening in your town. Especially if you don't have the retinue slot for the recruiter. It gives you more looks at recruits. Because the recruit... What? His primaries are too bad for me to do anything with them. His base roll is too bad. I saw the stars and was like, huh? As you get more money, you can do that with like lower and then middle tier backgrounds. And it's a great way. Occasionally you'll find a rock star that way, right? I'm actually going to probably take an opportunistic roll on this caravan hand as well. Great early game, bro. Great melee banner as well. Great early game, bro. Not what we need, but you know, we tried it. Right, so this town was holding like, I don't know, 9 or 10 recruits total. We just cleared up like 5 or 6 slots, something like that. So by the time we make it back here, those will all be full with new recruits. So that's a way to do it, guys. You could also just make retinue space and like get the recruiter. But even then, what happens if you get the recruiter and the town is still full of trash? Like, you need to clean it out. Sergeant, please. Banner, thank you. So we immediately complete this ambition, which means we have the retinue slot now. That's great. Now maybe we won't miss our rally all the time. Warehouse burned down. Yes! Yes! Ah, ah, ah. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, yes. He is 120 XP off of Duelist. Oh, the pop-off is real. This is going to be so good. Okay, we got one. We need another. Let's see if there's an assassin to hire. That's a cheap manhunter we're going to roll on if there's no assassin. All right, we're going to roll on this cheap manhunter. Um, 79, 82 gifted. Superstitious feels pretty bad. 82 after gifted. 33 before gifted. 36 after gifted. Reasonable resolve roll. His stam screams fat newt. Already, I can tell. Yeah. Like, he's a body, right? Like, he's nothing spectacular. But he works as a fat newt pretty easily. Yeah, I mean, no real complaints. Also, we can put better armor on, right? On our forge, bro. On our forge tank. He gets his dagger now. So we got one of the two. We got one of the two daggers, which is pretty good. Let's see what is in town here. Sell price is probably pretty medium. It's 18, that's fine. This is an expensive net. We're about to go buy a fishing town. We'll see if we can get them cheaper. We need these axes. We don't need paint. We just put this charm on a bro. On like literally anybody. Probably somebody in the center of our formation. Probably somebody high impact. Like this guy. Like, this is fine. Like, we have a great sword. Like, this guy could literally just be a great sword newt on the to back us up, you know. That's fine. I'm interested in getting out of the south now. Like, we'll grab a rondel or something for the other guy to keep him preoccupied. But yeah, that's good. That's worth, chat. Oh, y'all thought I was actually considering that, huh? Oh, no, no, no. I was just taking a sip of my drink. All right. I wouldn't mind another water boy. Like, getting holy water would be kind of sweet. Holy water are hard to use with this team comp. We just roll on cheap nets. We max our ammo. It's even worth overbuying ammo if it lets us stay out a little bit longer. How many days of pay do we have? 5. I think we sell excess maces. Like, that's probably fine. Yeah, 5 days pay, 3 days food. But if we're raiding, we'll get food. Okay. That's fine. Alright. Let's come up and through here, and we're going to clear this part of the map and raid opportunistically as we go from these 2 towns. So we're still clearing camps. We're just using raiding to supplement what we're doing, right, guys? Like, that's fine. We will probably find a merc company. If we raid long enough, we'll find a hostile merc company. So that's fine. I'll take that. $5 days pay is super reasonable too. So we found quite a few of our legendaries, right? There was a sellsword. Ooh. Marksman, poachers. We fight this. I probably just run shields, arming swords for this fight, honestly. I don't know. Probably not. Like, that's fine. This guy needs a shield for this fight, for sure. Hey, what up, Omega Power? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Let me know if you have any questions. Let's check gear. Real quick, one more time. This is probably fine. There's no leader here. There's only one marksman. Hey, Buccaneers 99 with the follow. What's up? I'm assuming you have some affiliation with Tampa? No? Not a football reference? Okay. Maybe you're just into Pirates. Whatever your thing is, hey, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I was like, I looked at the name, I looked at the year. I was like, okay. But yeah. Hey, welcome to the stream. They don't run at us here, probably. We could probably like opportunistically level some rat on our guy too, or not rat, Ardef. Kobe. Jordan. Tony Parker. Sorry. Only someone who's into basketball would understand why that's funny. I should have said Shaq. Shit, that was funny. Pardon my language. We're just gonna double turn this guy. Like, he's gonna get relentless turned. He doesn't have a shield out, huh? Small oversight. Is this in his bag? Awkward. Exclamation point mods, it's additional keybinds, but you can see all my mods with exclamation point mods. No problem. Let's go ahead and rush this guy. So this isn't gonna pop off until we have like he needs the rest of his perks. Like, the problem is it's like a 9 perk build. So, yeah. Got him. Get wrecked. This guy's in a super Deadman style, huh? That's pretty bad. Should probably do something about that before he gets destroyed. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, all those attacks except the last one hit his head, by the way. AI is so cracked at max difficulty, like... Yo. Don't do it. Come on, man. Be a part of your own rescue. Okay. Probably a little sloppy. I probably didn't take this fight seriously enough. I kind of don't care. But also I do care. Because we've been playing clean all run. And this is where runs go to die. When you, like, get lulled to sleep and you start making mistakes. So let's clean that up. Let's play better. So I'm not going to let myself make that excuse for sloppy play. Because this game will destroy you if you do that. I know. Trust me, I know. Alright. Yeah, so we took like way more damage there than we had to, but you know, it's fine. My bad. That was sloppy on my part. Okay, so now he has Duelist. This guy, like, he's gonna be a fat nuke. Like, we can just skip, like, the mid-game stuff on him, right? Like, we have armor now. So we just Battle Forge him. Like, he's got 28 MDef already. Hell. Yeah. And that'll be fine for now. Baby forged, but it'll work. This guy got shredded pretty bad, huh? Do I have a warm body I want to put in for him? Yeah, sure. Get in there. Get in the game. If this guy dies, I seriously, I don't care. Like, he's just filler, right? But he is filler who's already good enough to use a sword, which that's something, right? Cool. All right, keep running. That's a camp. We hit this camp. We're gonna hit it at night. We're gonna hit it at night. Shield. We can hit it daytime. Shields on. How many marksmen is it? It's 4 to 6. That's a lot of damn marksmen to hit in the daytime. We fight this, but we fight it at night. So let's keep looking, seeing what's up here. All right, let's get this fight in. Okay. Double check and make sure nobody's scuffed up. Like, we pulled our guy who got beat up a little bit last fight. Okay. So 13. If it's minimum number of raiders, it was like 4 to 6 marksmen. So it could literally be 6 and 7, which is fine. Something will likely step forward to shoot. The AI cheats. The AI has vision range that you don't at night. By the way. Just creep forward a little bit, see what we're dealing with. Okay. Okay. This is fine. It's kind of like just seeing what I can see. Taking my time. Nothing too rash. That's four marksman shots. So there are 9 raiders in this camp. One of the marksmen would have to have been too far back to shoot, but it's likely 9 raiders. So that round of shots gives me information, right? So there are 5 melee / dudes with potential throwing weapons I haven't seen. Estimating. My numbers could be off, right? There could be a marksman somewhere that I can't see. It's very possible. But generally, they're moving to try and get shots in that first round. So we'll see. They're engaged, so they should move. That's fine. We want them to engage here. This is fine. Ow. To rotate though. This is a new guy. No, that's a tall, but he's pretty crappy. Nope, that's the new guy behind him that got hit. I was like, why are we getting destroyed right there? I'm like, oh, that's a pleb. Like, he has no XP, no levels. He's just a body, because our other guy kind of got beat up a little bit. Which is like fine. It's okay. Everybody's pleb when they're new, right? Wow. That's fine. New guy might die here, but that's fine. Literally just a body we purchased, so we have a backup. Oh yeah, new guy's definitely dead here. Yeah. It's like, he ended up in a dead man's. This is my fault for forgetting he was new, but like, whatever. Actually level 1. When our average team level is like 8. Probably not the safest fight for him. But rather him take all that contact than like one of our guys who's actually got levels, got XP, right? Because of what he did, now we just get to roll the rest of this fight. Right? And But yeah, so far, I'm really liking where we're at. I need to get some pressure on these. Throwing's not doing it because it's night, which is like fine. That's to be expected, I guess. Guess he can't fit there. That's fine. Oh, oops, my bad. Wrong one. I saw 2 bill hooks. Ugh. Shameful. It's fine. Now both of these are engaged. Just trying to make sure my food doesn't get away. Oh! Oh! No! My XP. He's gonna double turn here. So that'll be fine. Other things that Relentless is good at doing. Abusing initiative is so fun in this game. Okay, clean enough. This was a level 1. These are all level like 8s and 9s. Oh! His sacrifice was worth, chat. His sacrifice was worth. Let's go. Let's go. We also have a nimble forge, like a nimble forge set. Like we have a 250 something armor that's like 17 stam, and we have a a famed helm that's 160 at -5. So now we can late gamify a bro if we want to. So yeah. Like what does his perk path look like? Let's look at our builds real quick. Like if we wanted to make this guy nimble forged, what will we be giving up? So is there a universe where we just give up path? Like path is stam, path lets him gets the places he gets to. I don't see us giving up fearsome on him. Right? He's only got 2 perks left. So it's fearsome or path that we give up. But the trade for that would be making him into basically an unkillable bro, right? Like he's gonna have after relentless dodge, he's probably gonna be walking around with about 40 def before confident on average. And his EHP is probably gonna be like 600. Like that's more than fine. So that's a decision point. I don't ever like giving up fearsome, but like I would give up path before I gave up fearsome, to be honest. All right, back to the game. But yeah, so we're gonna do something with we're gonna do something spicy with that helm we just got. That's what I think. I think this guy comes back in. But yeah, that's incredible. Okay, let's keep walking. Food is a thing, right? We can grab food here. That's a retinue slot. Okay, we got food from the camp. We got a little food from the camp. 15 brigands. This is like all thugs. How banged up are we? If I do something like this and leave shields on, it's probably fine. This is a lot of thugs. Baby weapons come in. Like we don't need the big boy. We don't need the pro tools for thugs. Thugs get the bows. Bows save ammo. Run a shield for now. Like these bows are gonna chew them up. This guy can just kind of sit back for a second. Ow. Yeah, we're doing pretty well here. $54, $59. I guess I should probably do something about this. Okay. Easy. Bag's already almost full. A lot of low tier stuff, a lot of thugs. Like it's fine though. That can't be correct. It's got to be this, this, and cool. Just clearing. Just clearing. Looking for camps. Looking for stuff that helps. Marksman Raiders. There's a supply caravan. That's a 9-stack supply caravan. That's pretty attractive. But I kind of want to see what's on the other side of this. Again, finding goose wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but you got to clear a lot of the map to do that. Also, Monolith has been known to be tucked in weird spots sometimes. Okay. Nothing. We're gonna put our toe on this right here. See if we see anything. No? Okay. Alright, cool. So what do we want to do? We can run down that caravan on our way back because we need to get food pretty badly. We can also see if we get a spawn here. We probably don't get a malicious spawn. Oh. Undead or marksman? Yep. Okay. It's not on a hill. It's got a leader, so it's probably an improved camp. How many marksmen are there? 2 to 3. So they probably run at us. How are we on nets? Me and Dagger, the mess. I almost said the wrong thing. We're Dagger the mess out of this leader. This solves the problem for us too, because we needed food. It should be an improved camp. It's not an improved camp. Okay. I'm kind of glad we have bows, actually. Leader has an arming sword. He has crap armor. I mean, we'll dagger it for value, but... Oh, good shot. He's injured, huh? Oh, he's injured? He's extra dead. His mat's still too low, unfortunately. Maybe we're supposed to start this fight with big boy weapons. Okay, this is fine. Okay, you can save Sam. This guy probably wins this one-on-one here. I mean, I can also just time him up with the tank until something else can kill him. Oh, I thought I had a shot somewhere. Guess I don't. That's fine. Move up this way. Bone plating. Maybe I'm supposed to push right there. Create some space. Like, I do think fighting them in these chokes like this is probably incorrect. Okay. Good luck. Okay, so there's that, right? Hey, I'm tired of stuff shooting at me. There we go. That gets him help. Allows him to get in here to help. Get this guy down here. Finish this. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, I was strongly considering getting up Pathfinder. I don't know. This fight makes me change my mind a little bit, I think. That said, I do have like Nimble Forge Mail, and I have my first set of bros that are good bros that I could late gamify by sacrificing a perk. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that looks like. That's fine. Oh, we actually got his whole helm intact. I thought we jacked him up more than that. This is fine. Like, it's profit. Smart loot, get it. It's great. Instead of having to pick through and take all the crap out of my bag, it just drops the low value stuff on the ground for me. If I disagree, I look. Like, I'm like, man, no, I actually need extra arrows or something like that. But in general, it saves you infinite amounts of time at the loot screen. Trust me. Like, this is all fine. Ooh, what are you? Those are brigands being chased by something. I just want to get out of here, right? Like, I don't want to get caught by this. I want to get caught by whatever this is. Let's see if we get a militia spawn here, because if so, we'll fight it. We'll farm it. No militia. See if we get militia out of the town. No militia. So we tried it. That's a free caravan. Let's level. It's probably the last HP roll that guy ever takes. At level 9, we will give him... so he just doesn't need fast adaptation. He's got shield spec, underdog. He is gonna need recover. This guy, his defense rolls have been absolutely dreadful. Like, this guy doesn't make benchmark, right? Like, he rolls 2 3s, he's at 20. like we fix him in vet levels. We're really looking for like, I mean, if he rolls 2 3s, he gets there, right? If he rolls 2 2s, like it's unfortunate. This guy is finally hitting Nimble. This is one of our later pickups too. He also just hasn't been getting kills. Like the last ranged guy that you get has a hard time getting kills because he's already competing with the other ranged guys for kills, and like they're ahead of him, right? So they're just farming everything. That said, his rolls are kind of whatever. You give him defense. He needs stam. He's nimble. So, looking at the way this is breaking down, 83, 78, level 7. Like, one of these guys ends up a backup, right? Probably one of the ones that had to take fast adaptation early ends up a backup. That's fine, though. They're cheap. They're, like, super cheap, lowborn. Sometimes guys die, and you just make it work. Right? Like, it's very nice to have people that you can just readily plug in, so I don't mind it necessarily. Something's eating my food. That's frustrating. Something undead ate my food. What is it? Oh, you know what? The undead crisis is starting. Darn it. That's a supply caravan. We're gonna go get that. Like that's money for us. We should be able to fight that without any problem. There's a noble army right there though that we have to be wary of. But yeah, we're gonna fight this. We're gonna fight that and then sell is the plan. What is eating my food? Oh, that's so frustrating. There's a brigand camp in the woods right there that we need to kill. Marksman, raiders, they probably run at us on flat ground. Oh no, don't run. No. There's no free meals around here. Swing and a miss. Nice shot. We put our tank on these. That'll cause them to engage. We can literally in turn on the rest of these guys. Next turn they run at us, which is what we want. Let's see what happened. I stood up while they were moving. I leave chat in charge for 10 seconds and y'all let somebody get shot by a marksman. See, this is why y'all can't have nice things. This is why. All right. Ooh. Okay, he's dead. Ah, I'm not gonna be able to get on him. I need to go ahead and like set my team up. I need to put maces on my guys now. Now that we have the dagger, I need to actually do it. Otherwise, the combo doesn't work, chat. Okay. Oh my god. We're probably past arming sword time at this point. This is... Shoot, shoot. Right now, the one in the back is getting away. If we can circle this tank around, we can make sure we get all of them. And then we're going to look for the camp they came from, right? Because I would like to clear that route up. That's fine. I'm done using ammo. All right, good fight, chat. Oh, didn't get him? Okay. All right, now he's dead. Smart looted. Seems good. Well, they ate the caravan I wanted, which feels pretty bad. Not dealing with peasants. This is on a hill, has fortifications. That's a night fight. It's not night. I need to be moving towards food at this point. Like, mood boost. Oh, there's an undead camp. Mood boost. We take it. Confident is a 10% morale boost. When raiding, take advantage of it. You have little nice food stacks like this. Doesn't matter that they're peasants. Get the morale bonus. Because the win in this fight, making sure that you guys have Confident, saves you in the fight against Chosen. Like, having all your guys starting Confident is a big deal. So we don't care. We just kill stuff. And we leveled off of that. They are worth a little bit of XP. A tiny drip of XP, if you will. Just saying. It's funny that we got 2 levels off of that. This is... We fight this. This is fine. Just mess stuff up non-stop. Can't stop, won't stop. This is his Indom level. That's all good. What does he need? He needs probably he could stand HP. He could stand just having a high defense backliner is so good. I can't help it. I can't help but click this button. It's really difficult. I'll fix his other stuff later. So now he's got throwing spec, duelist. So his throwing weapons are going to be quite insane. This guy is like almost ready. Like he's almost out the oven. Not quite. Fight density check. 73 battles. 65 days. Again, we're recovering from a lot of the time we lost. We were messing around in the southern part of the map. Do we have anything like, let me think about this. Our bag is pretty full. Like I think we're coming back to that camp. Like our bag is actually at maximum capacity and I want to sell 90% of this, right? Like, okay. All right, we fought a lot of stuff. Fought a lot of stuff and our bag is full. We need to sell. This is probably our best selling town right here. There's a trading caravan. That's fine. Oh hey, the peasants we just fought gave us enough food to make it up here. How thoughtful of them. Yeah, so I mean there's a camp here, there's a camp here. These towns are spawning caravans for us to hit. So we're just gonna like clear up and through here and opportunistically pick off caravans while we're clearing the center of the map. That seems pretty good to me. I need to have like a 3-fight day though. I feel like I'm falling behind on fights per day. Weaponsmith, let's see what we got. We do have a rondel for our other dagger bro, which is like a placeholder for a Catal, a reasonable placeholder, because everything else is too terrible. Let's check the armorer. Baby forged mail. I mean, this is a 260. Like literally, you buy the 260, you slap one of these on it. Temporary 360 mail or 300 mail. Every retired soldier on this map has cost a fortune. What's our sell price? See how much money we actually made. Sell price is 15. Not ideal, but we clear out because we're gonna have a full bag again in like 2 minutes. We're keeping our bows. I actually need to favorite those in my inventory. Or do I already have them equipped? I already have them equipped. So I don't need these other bows. We got paid. Only need like 2 maces, right? This guy is gonna be a fat newt with a bonk. This guy's a shield mace bro. This guy's a guitar. He's holding his mace already. This guy, we don't know what he's doing with him. We need to get him. We need to get XP on him. Is what we need to do. So 2 maces is fine. We have arming soldiers on our guys already for alternate loadout stuff. I'm gonna keep this spare 95 mail. It can be obnoxious when we don't have it. Keeping axes for Ancient Dead. It's an undead crisis. We know for a fact we're gonna need them. Expensive salt. Ammo's reasonably cheap. Max our ammo. Food. We should buy cheap food here. We're gonna start hitting caravans. So food's getting ready to be a non-factor for us. It's just that we have a bunch of gluttons. That's like the real problem we have. And then affordable tools. Okay. That's like fine. Cool. Okay, this is good. We need to go kill Reavers. Once we get our barb throwing weapons, we're kind of like off to the races. Like nothing can really mess with us at that point. So we'll work our way up to the tundra. Told me about wolves as large a man with teeth too. Nope. 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 Okay. That's fine. This retired soldier is too expensive. Like, just way too expensive. We're gonna buy our Rondel as a filler for our other Catal bro. That said, his defense is like super suspect, right? Like his defense is very much suspect. Yeah. So he's got 1,000,000 int. So his dodge, like he's at 120 int after all of his armor. So this also needs to be lighter. So he's at 121, right? So he's pushing so dodge is worth 18 points of MDef and 18 points of RDef maxed, right? Maxed. Now he's not walking around maxed, obviously, right? So that's the thing to think about. But like he'll be fine. I'm really dependent on his next 2 defense rolls. Even 2s would make him like passable as a stopgap bro till we get a better one for late game. Inventory space is a thing. Let's get our weapons on the right guys. So let's yeah. Load that guy up with nets. Let's get throwing weapons on this guy as well. We like solved our not having axes problem pretty quick, huh? Like if I let these guys hold their own nets, you know what I mean? Like I'm not sure that's what I want to do, but I'm capable of doing it. And then stuff that we're not getting rid of anytime soon. Like this guy wants his bill hook. This guy probably wants his bill hook. I mean, we're doing pretty well on ammo. So maybe I just let him have his stuff. Am I leaving the pole arm on these guys? I think I am. Because this creates more inventory space. Like, I want to be able to get the fullest bag possible while I'm out here. So this lets me put a net on these guys. So doing it this way is actually worth profit, right? Then I want to keep these. I want to keep this in case I have to make baby forge mail. Keep this, keep this, keep this, keep this. And then this guy's holding his own shield. Not that he needs to. One, two, three. So I need 3 spare shields. And then everything else is good. Here's a helm for him. He can hold my spare armor that's actually good. He can hold an axe. Yeah, this seems reasonable. Alright, and then we set what we don't need. Alright. Consider the inventory managed. So we have a bunch of money. We don't have a bunch to spend it on up here. We can look at retinue. Like, I just don't think we're gonna get the scout anytime soon. It feels pretty bad. We just haven't seen any beasts. So I'm trying to think about what helps us the most. If I'm planning on using a bunch of ammo, planning on using a bunch of throwers, a scavenger actually does insane amounts of work with 4 throwers. So I'm thinking that's what we do. If anyone in chat has any suggestions about retinue, let me know. Typically we would go for raiders. We would go brigand scout or brigand scout lookout. If we can get the beast fights. If we can't get the beast fights, then it's typically brigand scout scavenger, potentially drill sergeant if we're like have a great route for hitting a bunch of wagons, because wagons are worth money but not XP. So yeah, that's the thought. Let me grab myself another drink and we'll keep it going. Hope everybody's having a phenomenal Saturday out there. I know I am. Chilling, got the house to myself. Doesn't happen very often on the weekend, so that's pretty dope. Um, so yeah. So we have money. We want value immediately. This is a nice hammer. This does a lot. Or a nice mace. Does a lot. Um, I think we're gonna go ahead and take the retinue though. It's just actual value for us, right? We have 6 days pay, 4 days food, but we're about to change that real quick. So let's circle around and get to work here. Full ammo, clearing, about to clear this section of the map over here. So grazed eye socket. That's fine though. If I had a thief, I could do that event with no repercussion. Alright, let's go ahead and hit this wagon. Looks like they're not coming forward, which is fine. Oh, it's a grazed kidney. Wow. 2 to 6 days. That's brutal. He can sit back this fight. That's the injury we got from that? I mean, it's fine. We're going to take a couple easy fights. We're going to take an undead fight, which shouldn't be too bad. We're going to take a... The Raider camp might be a pain with that injury. So we might be looking at putting an alternate in for that. But yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Are they really not going to come in with all these range attacks? I guess it's because we don't have the bows equipped. I don't know. Caravan AI is like super janky, guys. This is fine. I want to keep him with the group kinda, so I don't have to deal with the camera panning. All right. Oh, there's a guy here with an arming sword. Duly noted. Yeah. That was a headshot. Okay. My experience done. I think we're done using throwing ammo at this point. Yeah, they're done. All right. Trade goods, army swords, lots of ammo. Seems good. Is there a temple anywhere? Like that injury is pretty bad. Like we have a guy who can. We just have to be careful with him. Like this guy needs XP. All right, let's get this undead fight done. Heard the dinner bell, but it's not from a caravan that's close to us. All right. Wider gangers, not a lot of them. Fairly easy camp. We're bringing arming swords in here on our dagger bros, or maces even, or two-handed maces even for that matter. I guess they have duelist, so it's probably fine. Pocket shields, because these fights are kind of DPS races anyway. This guy needs to keep his shield up. Okay. Oh, do I want a bow for the necro? Nah, I don't really care. I think we just burn it down. We have rally on that guy. Checking myself. Yeah, we do. Okay. Yeah, let's just do it. Sometimes the necro slingshots the dude to the front, sometimes he doesn't. I don't really care. It shouldn't make a difference for this fight. I'm quick handing the nets to the ground so that when I want the pole arms, I can just get them without having to think about it. So otherwise, their offhand is tied up with the net. Man, when Slug was in the chat earlier and recommended you just backpack the shields in this fight, it really is a DPS race. And running this comp that doesn't have a bunch of two-handers running around, like, you really do need to double grip to keep up with the damage in this fight. He doesn't step forward. Okay. Okay. Well, in terms of if it's a DPS race, if this fight is a DPS race, I think we're winning. Not 100% sure. Jury's still out on it. Is this a Katal bro? No, this is a Shield Mace bro. That said, he can step here. Dang it. I wonder if it's proximity, like rally, you know what I mean? For the guys, like the closer you are, the worse the scream is. Nobody's ever been able to answer that for me. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Okay. He's tied up. I shouldn't have to worry about too many more reses. Of note, the zombies like natural res does not like the necro can res an infinite number of times. The zombie has a natural res once, but one does not cancel out the other. So just because a zombie's been resed by the necro does not mean that it won't self res. And I think that that's where like the fights get really difficult. Is because you're dealing with so many of the res procs at once. Sometimes it's hard to get ahead of them, you know? But this is fine. Like, if we're fighting undead with throwers, I think if we're fighting the undead crisis with throwers, I think the scavenger is a pretty smart pickup. Just, zombies burn a lot of throwing ammo. And so, I think without the scavenger, it's actually really hard to profit on that many zombie fights. Because again, if this was a noble fight, like this is over at turn 6. You know what I mean? It's turn 9, just like for reference. You know what I mean? There's always one that wants to get up. Ow. Okay. Let's finish it off. Okay. We got paid. Like, Stam we need. His HP is like absolutely incredible. Let's take defense on him. Let's get duelist on him. This is great. This is all good. Do we take this camp at night here? Probably. Like, we're probably fine. We have the shields for it. Let me look at our bros real quick. We're at 75 fights, 66 days. We're trying to get to 20 on day count with value fights, you know? Because we can fight peasants all day, but I don't think that accomplishes anything, right? I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's keep grinding. We're getting it done, guys. We're getting it done. If we make it to this camp before night, we go ahead and do it. If we don't, we'll push past it. Like, I do not want to do this camp. Like, it's uphill in the marksman. You're asking to get headshot and killed. There's an 8-stack trading caravan. That's that like opportunistic raiding thing I was talking about. Like while we're sweeping the area looking for stuff. Yeah, this is a pretty standard undead camp. So while we're sweeping these camps looking for stuff, we can blow these up. Same fight. Nothing particularly spicy. Let's hit this. So this will be a 2-fight day for us if we can catch that wagon. Do I want to do this in the forest? It should be an improved camp. If it's not an improved camp, I don't know if I feel like doing it. Like, these are pretty obnoxious when they're actually in the woods. Ugh, it's actually in the woods. Okay. I mean, we're gonna run it. Or make it work. Bear with me. I'm gonna be a little quiet for a second and be chewing. All right. So it like seems identical to the last fight, but it's not, right? Because the turns it's going to take us to get to the Necro are a lot longer. There's a healthy consideration for a bow in this fight to try and mitigate that. Like once we get the Geist under control, we're just gonna have to finagle our way to the Necro. Like it's not the end of the world. As long as the zombie doesn't like meet us in a choke up here, we're fine. It's one of the moments I actually wish I had my dagger, my Katal in this fight. Nobody's breaking or anything. I could take an opportunistic shot at this Geist. There's no need. Like morale's fine. Just burn down the zombies. Plus our banner has like 0 MDef. So literally any exposure feels like it's probably incorrect. Huh. He recovers that stam, that's fine. Okay. Wow. Okay. The Geists are like the real threat in this fight. Once the Geists are dealt with, it's just taking the time to burn down the zombies and get to the Necro. So like the IRL time in this fight is high. It's not a terribly difficult fight. It's just you have to be patient. You have to be patient, and you can't let the Necro scare you. That would be the other thing I would say about this fight. Like if you let the Necro freak you out, and you're like, oh, I gotta rush the Necro. Like the zombies shouldn't. If the zombies are dangerous at this stage in the game, it's different earlier in the game, right? But it's like day 60, approaching 70. The zombies shouldn't be dangerous. Fallen Heroes are dangerous. That's different. But regular zombies should not be dangerous. Except the possessed ones. Those are dangerous. Right? Like they have all types of crazy buffs going on. Tried it. Like never happens, but we try it. Okay, that's one of them done. There's a second one sitting right there. Okay, that's off the table now. I kind of want to move him down this way so I can get something on these other guys. Tried it. Okay. Ah. Guys in the woods, man. Glad I shifted that guy over at this point. Okay. Ow. We don't have any throws, so... Or we don't even have any angles, so it's whatever. Okay. That's the last Geist. Now it's just burning these down. Okay. Cool. He rallies. Okay. They all get up on the same turn. That was the self-res too. That wasn't even a necro prop. He's running, which is actually bad. Does that just mean so the necro has infinite cast range. So when they run, what happens is they just back up, rally immediately, and now you have to chase them further. Because they don't require vision to cast on a target. So now he just backs up, which is like super frustrating, right? Like if the last zombie, if I'm able to kill the last zombie, he'll rally immediately. Okay, cool. Cool. Usually they rally immediately, but when they run, it's like awful. Because you will have to kill the necro, unless the necro is running when there are literally no other zombies. That's the only way to get the this fight is over message during a zombie fight. is like the Necro has to be running and the only one on the board. Okay. Now we just run at him, like full stop. That's fine. Ow. So it's all good now, right? Like we just don't have any issues. Okay. All right. And we're out. Got loot. How we doing XP? I'm regaining levels. This guy needs it. This guy needs fatigue. He's gonna need quick hands to function properly. So that's all good. Okay, cool. We'll hit this caravan because we can. We already cleared up here. So caravan's just another free fight for us. And then we'll get back to work in the center of the map. We didn't swipe back to proper weapons for this, but it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, we just let them run at us. If you're just joining us, thank you for stopping by. I know it's late. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. If you're new to Battle Brothers, have any questions, want to know the builds we're trying to make, we got commands for it, just let me know. That was impatient. Maybe I'm not supposed to step in there. Like, I could literally just let my throwers carry this fight. Like, that's a lot of ammo on an easy fight, but at the same time, like, just get the dub. He's got quick hands. Cool. That said, he's still pretty low. He's still low level, needs stats. It's all good. Like, he didn't have much of a base role for the job. We're dependent on stars, you know what I mean? All right. Axe in 2 turns, axe in 1 turn. Stunned. Ow. Okay. Yeah. Profit. XP. Let's go. All right, back to what we're doing. So, let's try and do a pass to the center map up here. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I forgot they're stupid, and they're gonna try and smart path. This is 12. Do we just fight this? It's night. It's night, and they think they want it. And they're gonna get fucking, or language. They're gonna get slaughtered. They're gonna get slaughtered. But yeah. He's got Indom. This is his Lone Wolf level. This guy's still healing. What do we look like in this fight? We have our Catal. For this guy. This guy is rocking his Rondel. These guys are maced and shielded up. Um, 60. Kind of whatever. He can have a net to self-enable. These guys run nets for this fight. Just to make it smoother. We'd like to not burn all of our nets. For the simple fact that we are going to try and fight some Chosen in a minute. As soon as we can get north. I don't think that there's a need to. But we're prepared to if we have to. This is probably fine. So let's go for it. Let's just blow this guy up. We've already got Deathblow up on this one here. I think if we lock this up with the tank on this side, we can get a good seam to the back line. Like, let's take a look at where they move. Okay. This is fine. We want the plus to hit here. So we're going to kill this turn. We're going to kill this turn. And then we're going to float our guys out this way. Just shield wall. This is new guy. New guy can't go in here. New guy dies, right? Okay. Ow. We might have a shield mace guy go down here, which is pretty sad if it happens. Like, maybe this fight is too much for us. I think it's correct to try it. And shield wall. Okay. That's two of them down. They don't really have any good action here. This is half dead. This is half dead right here. Ow. $32, $44. Sure. Ow. First challenging fight we've had in a while, huh? Let's get a lane here. Like, if that connects, that's a kill. That's always correct there. Stam. Is he shield wall? He's not shield wall. Okay. And shield wall. That's fine. He can hold that spot all day now. Two, throw. That's fine. Let's watch his health too, right? Shield wall, and while we let our damage control the formation, right? Or while we let our shield bros control the formation, our damage just kind of does whatever they want to. That's like the beauty of playing Katals, is like playing shield mace bros plus Katals, you're just like, you have so many guys who can sit in bad spots. This guy nopes out. Yeah. There's still one alive, actually, huh? Okay. That's, like, surprising, I guess. There's still two alive, huh? No sense in throwing at a fleeing enemy. Same thing. This guy actually gets daggered to death. Probably shouldn't play around with it, huh? Like, I probably shouldn't play with my food. I'd probably just kill these guys. Like, we got out of here in pretty good shape. Like, let's not press our luck, I think. Okay. Dagger us a 150. That guy's got a helm that's in relatively decent shape too. Or was in good shape. It ain't now. Just kill him. Okay. Clean fight. Cleanish. Like, Indom was definitely a factor there. Enemy's better beaten. It's over. Run still going? Yeah. Yeah, run still going. We're doing fine. We're doing just fine. Day 67. I mean, day 67, 78 fights. Got a couple famed helms. Got a famed armor. Got a famed shield floating around here somewhere. Unless it got destroyed or I vendored it by accident. Where'd it go? Oh, yeah, we got a famed shield floating around here somewhere. Yeah, run's doing fine. Nice to see you again. Did you think it wouldn't be doing fine? But yeah. No, we're like things happen faster in BB. What do you mean? Like bad things can happen super quick? Yeah, that is true. That is true. Low ammo, but we know we're low ammo because we took that noble caravan, right? Like we knew that was gonna happen. Our bag is already super full. Like we're already selling. Let's take a peek at what's over here on our way to sell. Like we have enough ammo for one more fight. I'm kind of like drawing out this camp on a hill. Like marksman uphill is never a thing that I just go out of my way for. It's just like, yeah, when the opportunity presents itself, I'll go take a couple injuries for no reason. Undead, let's see what it is. We know the undead crisis is like kind of already starting. Honor guard. We don't have the correct axe. Like I want barb axes before I'm just running at those. Like we don't really have the weapons I want to deal with for honor guard. Like I can beat them if I need to in a reasonable quantity, but it's not something I'm looking forward to. Alright, it's fine. Also want the relation here. There's a food wagon that's coming to us. So we hit it. What's our sell price here? 15. Yeah, that's fine. We need to keep a couple heaters. We got a couple, like 200 helms out of that, huh? More 150s, seems good. Trade goods, sure. This looks like it was all stuff that we got when we were out, right? Because we have like ample arming swords, don't we? Like alternate loadout situation is 1, 2, 3 arming swords. Like I keep one more arming sword and that's it. Okay, seems good. We're tapped out the ammo here, unfortunately. Like that's a thing that happened. Let's see. Don't know what doing this guy. Don't know what doing this guy. I mean, he's battle forged, obviously. Um, but let's see. Armor. Anything of interest here? No. Weaponsmith. Nothing of interest here. We just need ammo. We're gonna take this very free fight here. There's a 7-stack supply caravan. We fight that. Because we have to go that way to get more ammo anyway. Alright. Should come to us. Don't want to move? Okay. Y'all can sit. There's a dude here, right? Yeah. Ow. All right. Seems good. All right, good fight. What do we look like on ammo? Like, we're probably fine into a noble wagon. Like, we have nets if we really want to hit it. Let's pop our head up here. So the Undead Crisis causes tier 2 undead camps to spawn a lot closer to you than they would normally. So it makes them very attractive targets. Where we at on fights? 79 fights in 69 days. Okay. So we're just holding 10 over day count. I think we really got a whole bunch of fights when we got up here. This is probably great barb country up here. We just need to get there. Do I want to fight this? Do I have the ammo to fight this? Like at daytime, I smoke this, right? Like I shouldn't even have to think about this. Like at daytime, I just blow this up. Yeah. So I fight this. Okay. He doesn't even need to do anything. This is fine. Oh, this one's up here. Easy. That wagon had ammo, huh? Yeah, we actually were net positive on ammo that fight. That's cool. All right, we want to get back to clearing the center of the map. We need to make it to... It might even be worth losing a little bit of fight density to head up top. Because once we get to Thrall Country, it's like nonstop fights all day, 24/7, right? We just gotta reload. Did we just get lumber? Yeah, we did. I'm fine cleaning this out. This is fine. We're heavy on stuff, right? Like I don't need all these heaters. The shield mace bros are supposed to have heater shields. These are supposed to have, these have the correct shield. I need like 2 spare heater shields and that's it. Actually, I need heater shields for Idjarok, huh? Yeah, that's worth hoarding shields for. Don't need spare bolts. I'm just making space, guys. Like, I really need a bag at Expo pretty bad. We get dogs to help with Reaver camps when we get up top. Like, we're thinking about that stuff now. Not when we see the camp and we're like, oh snap, this camp is like super spicy, can we take it? Like, just have the tools. Cool. That said, bag's pretty full. Probably don't need this leveling stick. Probably pretty good on bill hooks for now. We can always get more. For that matter, we can always get more arming swords if we need them. I think we're fine. I think we sell these. I think we keep backup armors. Is this 90 mil? Oh, it's 110. But stam, right? He's wearing a 180. This guy's gonna be battle forged. I guess we put baby forged mail on him too. How heavy is this? 13, 12, but this is 210. That's fine. He's nimble. He should actually have one nimble armor. He can wear the spare, so I know where it is. Okay, clean stuff out. Again, at this point, I can always go get 150 mil. I can always go get 200 hats. Because like we're raiders, I just go hit a noble wagon. Like that doesn't phase me. We do need a lot of heater shields. We don't need these anymore. This is my pricing shield. I'll leave it alone. Okay. It's reasonable. Let's go here. If we're going to take that trip all the way north, I want max ammo for sure. And we get there and we get cheap tools. We don't have to worry about food while we're up north. Like, clearly, looking at our bag, hitting wagons, we just get what we want. So it's all good. So I think we run it, right? I can end. Ooh, This is the monk event to get other factions to neutral. Um, I can spend 2,000 crowns and lose hostility on the other factions. That makes clearing the map a lot easier, right? If we take this, what we're saying is effectively we raided enough. Um, this is interesting, right? On the one hand, right, like we need to go fight Reavers, we need to clear the north. It gives us more towns to sell. But what do we need to buy from the north? Um, I think we don't. I think we don't do it. Um, the red faction is the northernmost faction. We're playing the middle of the map. Um, maybe if it was the faction that's clad in all black, we would do it. But the red faction doesn't really apply to us. Um, if we get this for the other faction, the one that has the black flag, I would consider it. But for them, not so much. All right, we're just gonna hit this wagon en route. Like maybe I'm supposed to do that so that I can raid things across, keep going the same direction, and sell. But regardless, let's hit this. Baby weapons on. Oh, actually, this stays on him. This is fine. Are they turned done? They are turned done. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's about as point blank as a shot can be in this game, huh? All right. Easy. Not that we were expecting it to be hard. All right. I think we conserve and we get to. We want to fight barbarians before they scale out of control. Like we want to do a clear up there. I could hit this wagon. I don't want to go out of my way for it. I don't need it. I don't need anything they have. Good on food. Good on tools. I have to be careful. There have been a lot of undead patrols around here. The undead crisis is spinning up. The tell, even if you miss a message, when you start seeing ancient undead and regular undead, like mixed parties, looking for barbarians. How high is the level of my best brother? I got a bunch of guys on the edge of being. Nope, I got a level 9. I got a couple guys on the edge of being level 10. But when you look at that, when you like one thing too is like we scaled to 12 bros relatively quickly. Um, so it's like, do you want more bros early or do you want a smaller party? And I struggle with that because if we stayed a little bit smaller, we would probably have a couple of level 11 bros right now. But then like you have to get to 12, right? And you have like level ones. So I don't know. Like it just seems counterintuitive unless you have like god bros. These are wider gangers, legion. I don't care about this. I'm looking for barb cams. Necrosavants, no. Thralls, armored unholds. Spicier than what I want to deal with. Like I may have missed my window for easy barb camps, unfortunately. That seems to be a thing. While the undead are going nuts, right? I may have missed my window for easy barb camps, guys. That feels really bad. Because you want to be in the barb camps like day 50. And we derped around in the south looking for our daggers for a while. So I don't know. So let's think about what we want to do. What kind of fights do you find day 50? What do you mean? Oh, you talking about the barbarian fights? You find so the tier 1 barb camps are still really really tiny. You're still finding like camps that are just thralls, and like by then those camps might have like a couple dogs, but they're thralls. In day 50. The tier 2 camps will be like mixed thrall reaver camps, and it'll be either like a very small amount, like six to eight. If it's a pure reaver camp, you might see like 10 ish. But great camps to get your reaver weapons, get your barb throwing weapons out of. And you also start getting reaver patrols, right? You get pretty good sized reaver patrols that aren't unmanageable. Day 70, you'll start seeing like small like reaver chosen patrols if you go close enough to the tier 3 camps. You might catch the odd chosen wandering around. 70 to like 85, somewhere in there, you start seeing like very small groups of chosen that are very manageable. So if you missed your chance to, the day 50, 60 camps, the tier 3 camps are like small groups of chosen and maybe thrall reaver support, not a lot of it. Very manageable camps as long as you have like throwing weapons, net, and maybe a net or two. But now at this point, if the undead crisis wasn't spinning up, I would probably be seeing like reavers on patrol. I would probably be seeing a chosen 2 on patrol. Definitely reaver patrols should be heavy right now. But the undead crisis means these undead stacks are going to be eating all the other patrols. So I need to do a pass through here so I can hit a merc company. Because the crisis is up, there should be merc companies out. So I need to do a pass through here, hit a merc company, and I just need to take the ambition to clear the undead crisis. And undead camps are a lot of money. Because of the crisis, new camp priority, there's an above average amount of undead camp spawns. Undead camps have pretty good like treasures, like actual treasures, like coins and crap like that. So I think that's a reasonable plan, guys. Chat, what do y'all think? I think I'm gonna do a quick sweep, looking for like Reaver Camp, maybe find Icy Cave early. Those Necro Savants can get bent. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Finding Icy Cave would be nice. Like, just having map knowledge of where it is would be good. That said, we are slow, right? We don't have the scout. Okay. The Undead Crisis has officially started. The crisis actually spun up like 20 days ago. Like, I started seeing dire wolves. I need this fight for the scout badly. Like, I need this fight. Oh, God. Undead camps. I'm just assuming every camp I'm going to find now is going to be undead because of the crisis. That's frustrating. Like, the crisis is kind of blocking my Grandmaster plan a little bit, but... You have baby weapons equipped. You should probably have real weapons because there's frenzied in here. Wow. Yeah, it's real weapons for sure. This is gonna be rough. We are pretty far out. And it's day 70. I should expect frenzied. And we're backline heavy too, which is also a problem that we need to fix pretty quick here. Frenzied. They're all frenzied, huh? Okay. Let's just work on morale. Oh, yeah. Forgot that one was right there. That's miserable. I will sacrifice a dog to keep this guy alive. That's fine. Yep. As expected. I mean, like the problem is fames are randoms. Like you can't control it, right? So if your plan is centered around famed items, you're like exposing yourself to RNG, right? You have to have a plan to get strong that doesn't require you to get famed items. Because I've had seeds where I've done a full clear and gotten nothing, and then I'm just like, well, or better yet, every single camp has a famed item. It's just they're all famed shields. You know what I mean? Like your plan has to be not revolve around fames. If you get fames, cool. You know what I mean? Like I'm actually surprised when I get them every time. We found Icy Cave. So we know where that is. Free greatsword and a signet ring. That's dope. Oh, every camp is gonna be undead. Oh, the undead crisis. Oh, it like changes my algorithm a little bit. I'm gonna have to think about it, right? Like we've made a pass through quite a bit of the map at this point. Like we have this section to do, but because of the crisis, we're gonna have a metric we're gonna have a metric ton of interior undead camps to work out. So that's fine. We're gonna be getting barbed weapons late. We just need the jabs, but the regular jabs have served us really well. So I think from here, I think I'm gonna call it good. What we're gonna do next time we're on, we're gonna basically fight undead through here, through and across here, making money. And as long as we're near these roads, because of the crisis, we know a merc company will spawn, right? Like eventually a merc company is going to show up. If we don't see a merc company in like 4 days, we'll cancel the ambition and we'll take the end the undead ambition, and then we'll clear that out. I also low-key regret not taking the become friends with this faction, because I was like, man, I don't want to give them my rating, but I forget how many super easy free camps you get with the undead crisis. Like I know people are like, "Oh, the noble war is so much profit." No, no, the undead crisis is money because it increases it. You spawn get so many easy camps near civilization. So, all right. Well, it's been real. It's been fun. Let's see who's on. Let's see who's on. Do a little raid.